So welcome everyone, and thank you to everyone who has returned today to spend your day with me, a Saturday, a nice and warm Saturday, at least in the UK or where I am in the UK. It's really warm, the sun is shining, so I'm grateful that you've chosen to come and spend your day with us. Now, last week after the workshop on Saturday, I went and I populated a sample risk log, for a fictitious e-commerce company. And I just documented a few risks that this company could face. And then I've put in recommended controls. So this would be part of the risk identification process, the risk identification domain, where we're meant to identify risks, identify the category of risk, and then we identify the assets that this risk would affect. Then we identify the threat actors, and we'll talk about threat actors again. We'll define what threat actors are. Then we take a look at the controls that we're recommending and, the vulnerabilities in this column. These are vulnerabilities that we have identified. And then we also identify a risk owner. So this is the simple risk identification process. Later on in this workshop, we'll then be conducting a risk assessment where we assess the likelihood, the impact on the business if the risk were to materialize, the likelihood of the risk materializing and the impact on the business if the risk were to materialize. We'll also be assessing in domain 2 and recommending controls to reduce the risk. But for now, during the risk identification process, I've identified a risk of a ransomware attack, resulting in thousands of customers being unable to place orders on this e-commerce website for the duration of the outage. During the ransomware attack, we could see unauthorized access to customers' personal and sensitive data, including credit card information. The risk is a commercial risk to our organization because it could impact our business's operations. It could affect our financial status or financial state, our revenue, when thousands of customers are unable to place orders during a denial of service attack. Will have a financial impact. Cybersecurity, of course, ransomware is a cybersecurity attack. It's a reputational risk because if media convey results or reports rather of this attack, that could harm the company's reputation. It's a regulatory risk. Why? Why is it a regulatory risk? Can anyone write the response to that in the chat window? Why is this a regulatory risk? Regulatory risk, the risk of a ransomware attack resulting in thousands of customers being unable to place orders, unauthorized access to customers' personal and sensitive data, including credit card information. Why is that a regulatory risk to a business? Any responses in the chat window? That is a regulatory risk because if personal data is breached, the privacy regulators, yes, including GDPR, the privacy regulators will demand answers. So that is a regulatory breach. And it is a business continuity risk because the business will be unable to service its customers during the ransomware attack. So a business continuity risk and a regulatory risk, cyber risk, commercial risk, and a financial risk because it's impacting upon the business's revenue throughout the duration of the attack. What systems could be impacted upon? Customer orders, what information assets now? Customer orders system, the database, the server, network connections, payment systems. They could target our payment systems. Who are the threat actors? Cyber criminals. Employees could commit an error. There's a risk of employees committing error to enable ransomware to enter our network through them clicking on a phishing link. What are the vulnerabilities that I've identified within our company? Thank you. Yes, the business will undergo scrutiny and may receive a fine if failures are found. Thank you, Yinka. Undocumented patching processes, that is a vulnerability. If there is no log of any patches that are applied to our systems, that is a weakness, a vulnerability, a weakness in our controls. If there's no content filtering to filter traffic that comes into our network, that could allow ransomware to come into our network. And if employees' USB ports are enabled, where employees are able to use any USB stick on their computers, that is a vulnerability, that is a risk, that is a weakness in our controls, because an employee could bring in an infected USB stick, including USB sticks that they hand out at seminars that we may attend. How many of us have attended a seminar or a conference and they've given us a USB stick containing the firms that is the sponsoring firm of the conference, containing their marketing material? How do we know that that USB stick hasn't got malware on it? Key logging software that logs our keystrokes and remits what we're typing to a server somewhere. How do we know? So it is a weakness or vulnerability if the company, if your business allows employees to stick a USB stick into a USB port. I've also pointed out a vulnerability that there is no backup telecom routes, so that if the ransomware attack has impacted upon the business's ability to receive traffic, and there's no backup telecom routes, links to the company, then that is a vulnerability, that is a weakness. In large companies, they should have multiple routes for network traffic, so that if one link is taken out, not only due to a ransomware attack, but for any reason, then at least customers can access the company's order system via an alternative route. So I've identified the threats, cyber criminals, employees that could commit an error, and then I've identified the vulnerabilities. Risk of typo squatting, resulting in unsuspecting employees downloading malware or customers and employees downloading or being duped into handing out or uploading their personal identifiable information and credit card information onto false websites. What is typo squatting? That is where a cyber criminal creates a website or registers a domain name with a similar spelling to your company's legitimate domain name. What they will do is that they register a domain name with the most common wrong spellings of your domain name. So say, for example, I register a domain name that says www.ibukun.com, and I'm selling something to the public. And so I obtain their credit card information when they're seeking to place a purchase or an order on my website. My name is commonly misspelled as IBUKAN, and some people spell it as IBUKEN. Even some Yoruba people, which is where I originate from, will spell it as IBUNKUN. Now, a cyber criminal could go and register a domain name in all those misspelled names. So they go and register www.ibunkun.com, knowing that a lot of customers to my legitimate website may misspell my name. They could go and register another domain name, ibuken.com. And then customers go to that website, they enter their credit card details to make a purchase that will never arrive because it's a false website. Employees may be duped into uploading personal identifiable information onto that website or any information. So I've identified that risk for this e-commerce company. And I've now said the risk is a commercial risk, a financial risk, and a cybersecurity risk. Why have I not said that this is a regulatory risk? Why have I not included a regulatory risk, despite the fact that customers may enter personal identifiable information into that website, into that false website? Can anyone suggest why I haven't included a regulatory risk? Whereas in the first risk, I said unauthorized access to customer personal and sensitive data, including credit card information, could result in a fine and penalties. And it means that that's a regulatory risk. Why is the second risk not a regulatory risk, the risk of typo squatting, which may result in employees being duped into uploading their personal identifiable information? Can anyone suggest why that is not a regulatory risk? It is a commercial risk to the business, it's a financial risk to the business, and it's a cybersecurity risk, but it's not a regulatory risk. Can anyone say why? In the chat window. Yes, Shakira has answered well there. It is not the business's fault that they have uploaded their information onto this fake website. It's not a risk. It's not a regulatory risk to the company. If they upload their personal identifiable information or credit card information onto this false site, customers or employees can't come to the company and say, that I uploaded my information to this fake site, and so you need to repay me. It is not the company's risk to bear. There are different risks for us to bear, as I've outlined here. There's a financial risk to the company, because if customers are placing orders and losing their money on this false site, then they won't be placing orders on our site. That's a financial loss. Commercial risk, because we would have reduced orders. And then it's a cybersecurity risk, because an employee could visit that website, and if we haven't got adequate controls in place, they could download malware from that site onto our business computers if they accidentally type in that email address. The information asset concerned is the corporate website, threat actors, cyber criminals, and employees. What is the vulnerability? A lack of awareness and employee error. So we're identifying in domain 1 risks, including the threat actors, the information assets that are affected or that could be affected if the risk were to materialize, and the vulnerabilities. Let's talk through this last risk before we move on. The risk of whaling attacks or spear phishing attacks against senior officials, resulting in the disclosure of sensitive or personal information, or the disbursement of undue financial assets. So, not sure if I mentioned this last week, but in a company in Australia, a few years ago, a CEO and a chief information officer were fired after they'd sent or transmitted 60 million Australian dollars to cyber criminals. So they did that because they were targeted. Cyber criminals will often target senior executives, knowing that in many cases, they are the most likely to be untrained. They also target them because they know that they have the ability to transmit more funds than a junior employee would have. They have that authorization. So whaling and spear phishing attacks are usually against senior officials, resulting in either the disclosure of sensitive or personal information or the disbursement of undue financial assets. Years ago again, I believe it was the CEO of Barclays Bank that was targeted by, this wasn't actually a cyber criminal, but in a social engineering attack, they were just targeted and they had a conversation with this random person who claimed to be the chair of the bank. And they engaged in conversation over emails until it twigged that this isn't the person, that this might not be the person, this might not be the chair that I'm actually communicating with. The governor of the Bank of England, the previous governor of the Bank of England, they also fell victim or almost fell victim to a social engineering attack, actually a spear phishing attack, where someone was corresponding with them and they'd just changed a single letter in an email address, in the legitimate email address of the CEO. So again, let's say my email address is ibukun at gmail.com, which it isn't, by the way, but ibukun@gmail.com. This person, as the chair, that's my email address. This person then sent an email to the governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney was at the time, with coming from an email address, IBUNKUN. And of course, that governor didn't notice what was in the address that the email was coming from. They had no cause to check or to double check. So the email exchange took place for a while, and the social engineering attacker eventually started asking Mark Carney about, he was proposing that he would like to invite Mark Carney to an event. And the time that Mark Carney tweeted that this was actually unlike the chair was when that social engineering attacker started writing about drinks and girls being available at the event. But they'd exchanged information, no personal data, nothing but information. They'd exchanged emails for quite a while before Mark Carney tweets that actually that this doesn't sound like the chair of the board. So risk of whaling spearfishing attacks against senior officials is high. And what is the risk to us? Regulatory, financial risk, reputation, personal and sensitive data. That is the information asset and financial data that may be placed at risk. Who are the threat actors? Cyber criminals, the board, senior management team members. What is the vulnerability that could be exploited? Unaware board and SMT members who are unaware of information security, who are unaware that they could be a threat to the business by virtue of their roles. Another vulnerability I've identified is lapsed financial approval and escalation processes and data handling compliance processes. Where does financial approval processes come into this risk? If there were thorough escalation and approval processes in place, you wouldn't have a CEO or CIO being able to transmit $60 million to a company without thorough checks and approvals in place. If those board and SMT members were aware, if they'd gone through training and awareness programs, alerting them to the fact that they are threats to the business, not said in a negative manner, but explaining that you are a threat because you could be targeted by a social engineering attacker. And if you are not aware that you're a threat, you could end up transmitting financial assets to this cyber attacker, or you could end up divulging or disclosing sensitive or personal information. So that's a risk, and I've identified the risk owner as our banks. Let's now take a look at the risk assessment domain, domain 2 of the CRISC examination. When we conduct our risk identification, we identify the assets, the threats, the vulnerabilities, and we document the identified risk, as I've just read out to us there. Risk assessment is where we evaluate the potential effects or impact of a materialized risk. We evaluate the probability, likelihood of a risk materializing. So let's take a look through the risk assessment steps. We first of all need to validate or understand the board stroke SMT's risk appetite. What is the business appetite for losses? Remember, we talked last week about money laundering and anti-money laundering programs. Organizations will have a threshold. They will have an appetite for a threshold of risk, with the understanding that you cannot eliminate risk unless you stop doing the activity that could give rise to the risk. A bank that wants to eliminate or prevent the risk of money laundering would need to close down the bank, because there will always be that residual risk, regardless of the number of controls that we implement. But despite what I've just said there, that there will always be residual risk, regulators want to see that we have done everything in our power to reduce the risk of money laundering. We can't say because there is always going to be a level of risk that we're not going to do anything, that there's always going to be residual risk, that we're not going to do anything to reduce the risk to our customers, to our employees, to the business. So we need to validate the board and SMT's risk appetite. Then we identify and account for the value of information assets. And that is a lot harder than we may actually think it is, but we'll take a look at trying to value information assets. Then we classify our assets. Which of these assets are critical assets? Which of these assets are personal data containing assets? Then we need to conduct the risk assessment in business terms, not in IT terms. And we then assess the cost of information security versus the cost of potential losses. We cannot be proposing controls to the business, information security controls, that exceed the cost of the potential losses. And we'll take a look at that when we do a sample risk assessment, or when we view a sample risk assessment that I've done here, quantitative risk assessment. Then the board accepts the risk or approves the risk mitigation controls that we've recommended, and then we update the corporate risk register that we opened during the risk identification stage. How do we validate the risk appetite of management? We need to ensure that management understands the significance of accepting each risk. So we articulate clearly the risk, the IT risk that the business is facing. And we ensure that management understands the significance of accepting each risk. That if the business says, we're going to accept that risk, just log it in the risk register and we will accept that residual risk, that we're not going to treat it, or that we are going to implement XYZ controls and then we're going to accept the residual risk. They need to reach that decision based on an articulated, a well spelled out report to them. Could be a presentation where we're spelling out the risks and making it clear of the exposure of the business to that risk. During the validation of the risk appetite, we document any risk acceptance, and the risk owner or the senior manager signs off the risk to say, I have accepted this risk on behalf of senior management. When we're conducting a risk assessment, we need to ensure that there is an alignment with laws and international standards. So if we're required to comply with the PCI DSS, if we process credit cards, if we're required to comply with the GDPR, if any of our customers live in the EU, then that needs to be expressed. The value at risk assessment, it quantifies the summary, a summary of the worst possible loss to an asset over a specified time frame with a given level of confidence. The steps that we need to take include identifying the threats to that asset. We estimate the likelihood, and then we estimate the value of the asset at risk. And for any financial calculations that I'll be sharing here, or anything financial that I'll be discussing here, if you don't come from a financial background, then you go to finance, to the finance business partner or finance team. But most organizations will have tools in place. And because they are bespoke systems and tools to do all of these calculations for us, all we need to do is, in most cases, to enter in figures. So we learn those tools. So please don't fret or worry about all of this terminology or anything that I will share with you in terms of financial calculations later on in this risk assessment domain. Just focus on understanding what this terminology means. Now, information asset classification. Why do we classify our assets? Remember, information security costs money. Information security controls costs money. So we need to ensure that we are classifying our information assets so that senior management understand that we must apply controls to information assets that have been classified as critical, for example, or information that has been classified as sensitive or secret information or personal data. So classification defines the effort that is required and the resources required to secure different levels of information assets, such as those that I've just described: private, sensitive, confidential, personal data. And all classified resources require a label or a tag. That's why you may see at the bottom of some documents in your organization, confidential, secret. We label or apply a tag to those information assets. If it's hardware, you normally see a tag stuck onto that hardware. I said XYZ with a number on it, or alphabets, whatever the format that is used in your company. All resources require a label or tag. And the purpose of classification, as I've just said here, is to determine the value or sensitivity of an asset. And it's the responsibility of the data owner to classify their own information assets. So for example, financial information, the financial statements, the annual financial statements that are submitted to regulators or registrars of companies. The CFO would classify that information. IT is simply a custodian. We take care of information assets, but it's the responsibility of the owner to classify their own information assets. What is an IT risk assessment? That is risk analysis to establish the probability and impact to the business of all identified risk materializing. It's also an assessment. When we're conducting our IT risk assessment, we're not just seeking to assess newly identified risk, we're also taking a look at existing controls in place, and we're also identifying new controls to mitigate existing risks in the risk log and newly identified risks in the log. During the assessment process, we're also reviewing any newly identified controls. If we've recommended a new firewall or new encryption software, we'll review that control, that recommendation, with relevant stakeholders. Then we prepare an action plan once our controls have been approved to mitigate the identified risks. And then we update the senior management team. And then we update the risk register with any risk assessment outcomes, and we'll take a look at an updated risk register. Different risk assessment methods. Qualitative risk assessment are scenario-based. They're subjective estimations where we're saying the risk is either high, low, medium, very low, critical, or very high. Quantitative risk assessment is a monetary calculation of each risk. There is an element of subjectivity within a quantitative risk assessment, as we will see in a short moment. But we need a lot of data to perform a quantitative risk assessment. And again, don't worry about the financial calculations, because you wouldn't be required to go and start using a calculator to quantify risk. A company would have tools, software that you can use to produce those calculations. But I've done a manual one here because I don't have the software to do that. Semi-quantitative risk assessment is a combination of quantitative and qualitative risk assessment where a monetary value or a number is assigned to each identified risk. We spoke last week about these different risk responses: eliminate, avoid, or terminate, prevent the risk. And we agreed, and I've said it again today, that we cannot prevent a risk unless we stop doing that business activity. You cannot prevent the risk of a fire in a petrol station business. You can only reduce it by implementing controls. But if you want to prevent the risk, totally eliminate or avoid the risk of a fire in a fire station, the only thing you can do is to close the fire station. Yes, I've seen this question: is ROSI calculation a part of quantitative risk analysis? Yes, it is. And I've got a sample, a brief return on security investments calculation. I've got a brief calculation here to show us. But again, I don't want to overwhelm us with figures or finance so that I don't put anyone off if they're not interested in finance, or they deem that finance or maths is not their strong point. I concluded my MBA in finance about 5 years ago, which was surprising to everyone who knows me, simply because I hate maths. But I had to do that degree for certain reasons. I had to go and do it. So I'm just saying to us that it's not a case of liking maths. Don't be put off from a risk career because you don't like maths. There will be tools in place in your company. And if you don't like maths, or you can't do a calculation properly, then ask your finance business partner for help. So don't be put off a career in risk because you don't like maths. What is risk reduction? Mitigation. That is where we seek to reduce the likelihood of a risk materializing, or we seek to reduce the impact of a risk if it were to materialize, by implementing detective controls to detect a threat or a risk. We can implement preventive controls. So a detective control could be a data leakage detection tool or an antivirus tool that detects viruses on our systems. A preventive tool could be a data leakage prevention tool, such as a firewall that blocks unauthorized access, prevents unauthorized access. Could be a technical control, administrative control, compensatory or management control, and we'll talk about all of these. Risk avoidance. That is the decision by management to stop an activity that has given rise to a risk. So I've spoken about one there just now, about the fire station. Or we could say replacing legacy equipment that the firm has bought and has been in use for 50 years with no support from the manufacturers who may have closed down business themselves. The decision by management to stop an activity that has given rise to a risk, such as replacing legacy equipment that is likely to fail, or closing down an office in a location that is prone to flooding. That is risk avoidance. They're avoiding the risk of that office flooding. And we would avoid a risk, stop the activity that has given rise to risk, when the risk is outside the board's risk appetite and there are no cost-effective controls available to mitigate the identified risk. If we've reported a risk of legacy equipment, 50-year-old equipment in our company that could fail and end up in the business closing, and the company that manufactured the legacy equipment has closed down, then there will most likely be no cost-effective controls available to reduce the risk of that systems failing. So what would the boards do? They would say, okay, we're going to have to close down that legacy equipment, stop using it, and we replace it. We need to stop using that equipment. Risk transference. We mentioned this last week, the reduction of the probability or impact of a risk to the organization. by sharing the risk with or transferring the risk to third parties. We transfer the risk to insurers, and when we insure against a risk, all we're doing is seeking to reduce the impact of that risk materializing. By insuring against a risk, we're not reducing the probability. Just like when you insure your car, you're not affecting the probability of your car being stolen or being damaged in an accident, but you're reducing the financial impact to yourself in the event the risk were to materialize. Whereas when you transfer to outsourcing service providers, so you outsource a business function, say to an HR company to process your recruitment processes. When you outsource, you're seeking to outsource to a company that has expertise in that area. So you're outsourcing the likelihood of a risk materializing. When you outsource, you're reducing the risk of or the potential probability of a risk materializing, whereas when you insure, you're reducing the financial impact. Risk acceptance, a management decision to acknowledge and accept a risk with no further action taken to reduce the risk. And any risk acceptance must be recorded and signed off by the risk owner and monitored in the risk register log. Even low risks need to be monitored in case they become high risk, in case the probability increases in the future. So they remain in the risk log, accepted, but monitored. We don't just simply record them in the risk log and forget about them. Risk acceptance, as I've said previously, is usually adopted when the costs to mitigate the risk outweigh the benefits to be derived from any risk reduction efforts and spend. If we're recommending controls for a risk, and I'll say this again when we go through a quantitative risk assessment, if we're recommending controls and we've valued the risk to our organization at 100,000, that we could lose 100,000 a year from money laundering. If we now say that here are controls that I would recommend, such as training, such as monitoring, and such as doing XYZ, employing 5 individuals, AML professionals, anti-money laundering professionals, to reduce the risk. What the board would like to know is, we've got a risk that we're saying 100K is the risk of anti-money laundering or money laundering. We could actually lose 100K per annum. The board would like to ask you the question. You've recommended that we hire 5 staff. You've recommended that we conduct annual anti-money laundering training. How much is that going to cost us? If the cost of those 5 new staff that were recommended as a control is 300K, and the cost of training the entire organization is about 150K a year, the board would choose to accept that risk rather than spend 450K on a year to mitigate 100K risk. So when the costs to mitigate the risk outweigh the benefits to be derived, then the board will accept that risk. However, regulations may sometimes mandate that controls are implemented regardless of the cost of the organization. And I know that after the 2008 to 2010 or whatever year, the global economic crisis ended, the previous one. After that ended, regulators started mandating that companies implement compliance controls. They set up compliance functions, including anti-money laundering, ethics, integrity, business integrity functions. And I know there were a lot of complaints about the costs of these controls, the cost to implement these controls and to maintain them. But if regulators say that this must be implemented, then indeed it must be implemented. Ownership of risk, there needs to be owners of the controls. If they're technical controls, then those controls would be owned by IT, by an IT role. Could be the CIO, could be the CISO. Ownership of the risk response, ownership of the plans, the project plans to implement the risk response, ownership of reporting and compliance. All of these need to be established and documented. Who owns what? Who is responsible for what? Risk assessment considerations, we consider the likelihood and the impact. When we say impact, we mean what would the effects be on the business if this risk were to materialize? When we're considering the impact to the business, we're looking at the impact of the loss of information assets, loss of systems, loss of revenue that could be generated in this e-commerce company, for example. How much revenue might we lose in the event that this risk were to materialize? We also need to consider the impact on a company's ability to continue in business. I've asked this question previously of some delegates on a workshop that I previously held. I asked the question, how long could your organization continue without information for? So how long could your organization continue to operate without information? So let's say you lose your customer orders database or your customer records due to a ransomware attack, or you lose your customer or patient's records, let's say for a GP firm, due to a flood. How long can you remain in business as a GP office or surgery without access to your patient's records? How long can you remain in business as a company if you've lost all your clients and customer records due to a ransomware attack or an accidental deletion? So these impacts need to be considered, the impact on a company's ability to continue in business. We also need to consider the impact on our reputation if we were to lose our customer records. Even if we were to promptly recover those records after a ransomware attack, for example, some customers could vote with their feet, go to another company or competitor. So when we're considering the impact, it's always the impact on the business. When we ask ourselves questions about likelihood, we're saying, how likely is it that the risk will materialize? What is the probability of this risk materializing? What do we need to consider when we're calculating the likelihood? What things do we take into consideration? What do we take into account when we're considering the likelihood of a risk materializing? Any comments in the chat window? Comments in the chat window? What do we need to consider? And we've discussed this extensively from the risk identification process. What do we need to consider when we're thinking, how likely is it that the risk will materialize? Any suggestions in the chat window? Suggestions, answers of considerations that we need to make when we're thinking, okay, how likely is it that the risk will materialize? Yes, our threats and our vulnerabilities. What are the threats to this information asset, and what vulnerabilities do we have? What vulnerabilities that have we identified that could cause this risk to materialize? Because remember, I've said it, that without a threat, even if we have vulnerabilities, without a threat, there is no risk. And if we have threats, but we have no vulnerabilities, then again, there is no risk. So the main considerations, the main things we're taking into account when we're assessing the likelihood of risk materializing is, what are our threats? What are our vulnerabilities? What are the threats to this information asset? And what are the vulnerabilities that exist? So let's remember the definition of a risk, which we started with last week. A risk is a vulnerability that could be exploited by a threat, or according to ISO IEC 73, a risk is the probability of an event and its consequences or its impact upon the business. A vulnerability, we need to remember, is a weakness in our IT controls that, if exploited, could give rise to an adverse event. A threat is a system, a person, or an event that could exploit a vulnerability to cause our company harm. Could be a malicious threat actor, such as a disgruntled employee. Not sure how many of us are in the UK, but a few years ago, a contractor that was unhappy about the way he'd been treated ended up uploading a copy of the company's employee database records to a public website online. A disgruntled employee. And the employee went to prison actually for that. The contractor went to prison. He was sentenced to prison. However, the company was also hauled through legal action because they were initially viewed to have been negligent because they didn't have, or they allegedly didn't have, sufficient controls in place. I believe that case may have actually been escalated to the Supreme Court to argue about vicarious liability, whether the employer, that is Sainsbury's, were really liable for the actions of this disgruntled contractor. An accidental threat or an inadvertent threat could be a user committing an error, or the threat could be incidental. That is, where a critical system that talks to another system fails, or a process fails. So various types of threats that we need to identify. Failure of a critical system could be our customer order system failing. And so customers are placing orders or attempting to place orders, and the system fails to forward their orders to the credit card system to obtain payment details. So these are different threats. I recall some years ago again, an e-commerce store, I've forgotten what the company was, where their system suddenly changed all orders to a nominal amount that was clearly under the value of the orders that were being purchased. And so, for example, a travel company may face a threat where their ticketing system suddenly starts offering all customers tickets at £5 each. So the system fails, or it starts placing tickets on sale when those tickets shouldn't be on sale. And customers place orders in good faith. Oh, wow, this company's offering tickets for sale at £5 each. I'm going to place an order. I'm going to book my holidays now. And then the company suddenly realizes it's an error, that there's been a failure in the system somewhere. These are all threats that a business may face. When we're looking out for vulnerabilities, the vulnerability assessment process now, we look out for unsecured physical access to our offices and data centers, unsecured loading bays, where some employees may congregate to smoke cigarettes, for example. And anyone can mingle with them. Someone who's not an employee, especially in big companies where not everyone knows one another, mingle with them and then enter the building with them, tailgating. So we need to look out for unsecured physical access to offices and our data centers. We need to assess software and application vulnerabilities. We need to look out for unpatched systems and software, unsecure ports and wireless access points. We're checking for all of these vulnerabilities. We're checking to make sure that we're assessing to make sure that our sensitive data is encrypted, in transit, and at rest. We need to look out for inexperienced IT and InfoSec employees. Now, I'm absolutely interested in training newcomers to the industry. So when I say that we look out for inexperienced IT InfoSec employees, I'm not saying that companies should not hire newbies to the industry. Indeed, in 2008, I established an apprenticeship scheme, an IT apprenticeship scheme with young local residents in the community that I worked in then, in the company that I worked with then. And out of the 10 apprentices that I hired, 8 are today consultants in the city. And I'm really pleased with that. So we need to hire inexperienced employees. However, what an organization cannot afford to do is to hire a full team of inexperienced employees simply to avoid paying the wage of qualified, experienced employees. An organization that does that is placing the business at risk. So when we're conducting our vulnerability assessment, we need to check or look out for the experience that lies within the IT and InfoSec teams. We need to look out for untrained employees. Is there an annual awareness program? What training has the business acquired for its IT and InfoSec teams and for the general business? We need to look out for opened ports that may allow unfettered access to our systems, to our IT assets, to our information assets. During vulnerability assessments, we may conduct penetration tests or commission a company to do those penetration tests for us, more likely than not. The pen test is meant to try and identify potential points of failure. So the pen tester tries to break in, tries to simulate the approach of an attacker to test the effectiveness of our controls and our response procedures. Now, in some companies, they will actually have blue team members and red team members of staff. The red team will consist of skilled employees who will try to break in. So they're essentially conducting a penetration test of the infrastructure, trying to break in, trying to simulate what an attacker would do. So they're usually ethical hackers. And the blue team, on the other hand, defend the infrastructure from that attack. So during our vulnerability assessments, if the organization does not have a blue team and red team in place, then we may commission a pen test or view historical pen test reports to identify any vulnerabilities on the infrastructure. How do we model or assess threats? We identify the assets that we have, including intellectual property. What is intellectual property? For an aircraft manufacturer, for example, their intellectual property would be their aircraft designs, which would need to remain as secret, confidential information. So it would be classified as such. During the threat modeling process, we're identifying the assets, including intellectual property, including our critical systems. We're documenting these assets in our CMDB, making sure that we have a record of these assets if they don't already exist. And then we identify possible origins and methods that could be adopted to attack these systems. How might a threat actor seek to attack this customer order system? Might they seek to hack into it? Might they seek to install malware or ransomware on it? What might a threat actor seek to do to attack this system, this critical system, this customer order system? So we ask ourselves those questions. Then we analyze the specific threat types that we've identified. We identify the potential threats? Could it be an employee through user error or through deliberate action? Then we map the data flows, end-to-end data flows of this system. A customer enters their order, they enter their credit card information. The data that they've entered, the credit card information, goes onto this system. And then it's passed on to this system to check with the bank that the credit card used is still in date, that it's valid. So we map those data flows and then we quantify the risk. We perform risk management and prioritization. We prioritize those risks because the idea is that we protect the most critical assets and sensitive assets because we can't protect everything. Security costs money. Then we identify mitigations or deterrents to the threats. Threats to information security: theft, fraud, social engineering, which is to obtain information or unauthorized access or undue finances through deception or manipulation. Deception. I remember when COVID hit us, and I have a friend who had a limited company and they were seeking to obtain assistance that the Chancellor announced, financial assistance, grants that the Chancellor announced at the time. As soon, the minute the Chancellor announced that this help was on the way, my friend received a text message saying, sign up on this website with your details to gain access to that information. And it was from a scammer. They said they'd started inputting their financial information before thinking, hang on, this doesn't sound right. Why should I need to input my personal information and my financial information before I can obtain a grant? And so they stopped. Threats to information security: malicious software, malware, such as ransomware, viruses, phishing links. All of these need to be identified when we're conducting our risk assessment. Threats to business security: blackmail, extortion, an unlawful demand of money or property under a threat to cause our businesses harm if we don't hand over that money or property. Now, I often say that if we retain business integrity, no one can blackmail us as a business. If we retain professional integrity and personal integrity, no one can blackmail us as employees. And that's where, again, ethics comes into play. Threats to business security: if anyone's doing unauthorized work on the company's information systems, they could be placing themselves at risk of blackmail, viewing unauthorized sites. Some of us may have received in the past an email from a cyber criminal saying, we have found that you have been viewing XYZ site, and if you don't pay up a fine, then we will expose you. If we haven't been viewing those unauthorized sites, we just simply delete the email, isn't it? We can't be blackmailed. We can refuse to be blackmailed. by always conducting our work with due diligence and ethics. Industrial espionage. Competitors or foreign governments can seek out our business secrets, attempt to hack into our systems to gain competitive advantage. Foreign governments can seek to hack into government accounts to seek out secrets, to seek out government secrets, or to indeed blackmail some governments. Industrial espionage may pose a threat to advances in technology. If a firm that is developing a new AI, artificial intelligence technology, and they're hacked into, and the hackers either steal the source code or they implant ransomware in the source code or a Trojan, so that when the technology is finally developed and delivered to customers, that Trojan is activated and causes havoc with customers. Industrial espionage. And then another threat to business security, of course, is unauthorized disclosure of information, disclosure of trade secrets, privacy law violations. So these are all threats that we need to identify as information risk professionals. Threats could be malicious, or they could be inadvertent threats. A penetration tester that we've paid to conduct a pen test may be tempted to actually exploit any identified vulnerabilities in future. Staff could commit errors with regards to our information, forwarding customer details to the wrong customer, to the wrong email address. Connected third parties that are connected to our infrastructure may not have adequate controls in place. For example, they may not have multi-factor authentication for users accessing their systems. So their IT team may not be required to use biometrics or a token when signing on to authenticate within their network on a system that is connected to your business systems. And that is a threat to your organization, because if someone gains unauthorized access to your third-party system that they use to connect to your system, they could readily gain access to your system from that system. So here are various threat actors that we need to identify. We need to make sure that we identify and we log these threats in our risk log. We've talked about all of these: untrained employees, unsecured buildings, weak passwords, third parties, maintenance staff, cleaners. I think I may have mentioned last week that a cleaner may find a USB stick on the floor, and they think, let me be helpful. This must belong to this desktop PC, because that's the closest PC to this USB stick. So they stick it in the back of that USB port, of the USB port on that PC. How many of us actually go into the office each morning and we check the back of our desktop PC to see if the USB stick has been stuck in there. Not many of us do that. And people say that I'm actually paranoid whenever I do that. But I will check, because if the company that I'm working in does not have all USB sticks blocked, USB ports rather blocked, then a cleaner may have found a USB stick on the floor and they've plugged it into the back of that desktop PC that you haven't taken the time to check. And that has resulted in some malware, ransomware, or key login software being installed on your PC with you not even thinking that that could happen. So these are threat actors, maintenance staff, security guards. A cleaner could find a scrunched up post-it note on the floor and throw it away, not realizing that that's actually critical information that someone has just jotted down on a post-it note before transferring it into a secure document. And they've gone and thrown that away. Or that cleaner could pick up that post-it note and open up that open it up before throwing it away and view confidential or sensitive information. So all of these third parties are actually threat actors, potential threats. And they could use their access, their privileged access to our buildings or to our systems against the organization. If they're bribed, for example. So various threat actors that we need to consider. When we're conducting a threat assessment, we need to consider the organizational culture. What is the culture of this organization? Is everyone blamed for mistakes, for errors? In which case, employees may be scared to actually speak up when they commit errors that could place the business at risk. What is the culture? Remember, we said last week that the board and senior management are accountable for the organizational culture. They're meant to set the tone of behaviors that they expect to see in the business. So when you're assessing IT risk, also consider the culture of the organization. Do employees understand their responsibility to raise risk, any risk that they may witness or identify themselves? Do they understand that they can come to the IT risk professional and raise that risk? Or note a risk to anyone in the business? A cleaner that notices that a senior manager leaves their laptop unlocked each night with a screensaver on, but the laptop is unlocked. Is the organizational culture such that the cleaner doesn't feel safe to report that risk to someone? I often say that in any management role that I've occupied, whether it's senior management, whether it's on a board, I treat the cleaners with the same respect that I treat fellow senior management team members with. Why? Because the word or title cleaner is just a word. Cleaner, it's a title, it's a responsibility. Security guard, that's a responsibility. And people like cleaners and security guards are actually important when it comes to mitigating information security risk. The security guard that stands there at the door to your office, that we, in quotes, the proverbial we now, that we don't say hello to each morning, is the same person that we expect to stop any physical threat actor from entering the building that may cause us physical harm. The cleaner that we don't say hello to when we see them cleaning our offices is the same person that we expect to let us know if we've accidentally dropped an important information, an important note behind our desktops, rather than pick it up and throw it in the bin. So if the organizational culture does not promote respect, if the organizational culture does not promote kindness, if the organizational culture does not promote ethics, you need to report that. And in response to someone's question last week, where they asked at the beginning of this workshop, they asked the question, what should I do if I'm in an organization where they don't take information security seriously? I responded at the time, and my response is still the same, that if you can't influence that organizational culture, because you're not a senior management team member, you're not a board member, for example, look for another job and leave. Just don't compromise your personal integrity, your personal ethics and values. So here are all these different threat actors. Again, qualitative risk assessment, non-monetary, monetary elements of risk. These are considerations. We take a look at the risk levels by estimating the likelihood and risk and impact. I think I've been through this slide already. We've talked about the semi-quantitative risk assessment and what that combines. When we're doing a qualitative risk assessment, what we're doing is we're evaluating people's opinions, their feelings, their ideas. And we can do this through one-to-one meetings, focus groups, facilitating focus groups, scenarios, enacting IT risk scenarios, role playing, asking ourselves the question, what if this were to occur? And what if this were to occur? And what if this were to happen? Also by brainstorming, asking a team of experts, asking our employees to raise risk. And we identify risk for each asset. We can also use surveys, employee surveys. And that's extremely useful where we run anonymous surveys for staff that maybe don't feel that they can actually speak up or speak out about risk without being blamed. So we identify risk for each asset. And here's charts that many of us may be familiar with. So when we're conducting a qualitative risk assessment, we're prioritizing the potential impact of each identified risk in terms of the probable impact or effect on our corporate or project objectives. A tool that is adopted widely in industry for qualitative risk assessment is the red, amber, green matrix, RAG matrix. And here I've drawn a line, this gray line, along this chart, where the board may say anything below this chart is within tolerance, whereas anything above this gray line, zigzag line, so it's not a straight line clearly, anything above that needs to be assessed with controls recommended. So if the risk is a high risk, high probability risk with a medium potential impact, medium probability with a high impact, then this needs to be mitigated. Same as if it's a critical risk, then that needs to be mitigated. Critical impact, high probability, that needs to be mitigated. Now let's take a look at the risk log that we populated during the risk identification process. We partly populated this. So risk of ransomware attack, let's take a look at this middle one. Risk of typo squatting, resulting in unsuspecting employees downloading malware, including ransomware, onto work devices. Customers and employees may be duped into handing out PII, personal identifiable information, and credit card information onto false websites. They may also lose money after placing orders from the fake website, placing orders that actually never arrive. We've talked about the risk category. We talked about the asset that would be impacted upon. We've talked about the threat actors, and we've talked about the vulnerabilities, lack of awareness, employee error. And then we've said that the probability is high because it happens frequently, and the impact would be high if employees were to download malware onto our systems. That's the business impact now. It's not about the impact on customers, it's about the business impact. We've recommended that the risk action to be taken is to reduce the risk. A risk owner may be a systems owner, but it may also be a senior manager. The systems owner, so say for example, I'm responding to a question in the chat window now. Say for example, we have a finance system. The company may employ a finance systems manager that manages and maintains the system itself, the physical asset. However, the information that is contained on that system, the finance system, would most likely be owned by the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer. The company's financial data would not be owned by the systems owner. So I hope I've answered your question there. And the risk owner, so that information asset would not be the systems owner, it would be the CFO who owns the information on the system. So in assessing this risk, what we could do is we could then say, these are the controls that we recommend. So remember, we've identified the risk here, including the impact on the probability. But now we're recommending treatment during the risk assessment. We're saying we need to reduce this risk. And here are the controls that we're recommending. We could buy similar sounding domain names to ibukun.com in the commonly misspelt way. So we could buy ibuken.com, we could buy ibunkun.com, we could buy ibukan.com to register those domain names if a cyber criminal hasn't already done that, if they haven't already purchased those domain names. Another control would be to ensure that our SOC and CERT teams, our Security Operations Center teams, and our Cybersecurity Emergency Response teams are monitoring for similarly registered domain names, that they're monitoring for this. And that if they see anything, any domain that is registered as ibuken.com, that they need to alert the business to that and continue to monitor to make sure that that domain name owner isn't going to try and set up an e-commerce system just like ours. Because there could be a legitimate domain name called ibuken.com. But we just need to keep an eye on that domain to make sure that they're not then purporting to sell what we are selling to our customers, so that they're not seeking to defraud people. Another control I've recommended is that we provide annual mandatory InfoSec awareness training for all staff. And we alert them to the risk of typo squatting, that they should remain aware of this risk and always check the domain name of the website that they're visiting in the browser bar. I've also recommended that we include information security awareness tips on our customer-facing websites, so that customers that visit our website to place an order, they see these tips, including tips that alerts them to the risk of typo squatting. We wouldn't say there's a risk of typo squatting, but we would say, please remain aware of common cyber threats. And we could list the top 5 cyber threats to them, including the risk of a cyber criminal creating a false website. So we could say, make sure that you're accessing our website through HTTPS, and make sure that you are checking the domain name. Once you enter this, make sure that you're spelling it correctly, because cyber criminals exploit errors. And the business has decided to accept all the controls that I've recommended here. Risk of whaling spear phishing attacks. So we went through that risk. I've recommended that we reduce this. And again, I've said we need to develop and deliver annual targeted training to the board and SMT. Whilst a company may have annual awareness training for all staff, mandatory awareness training, there's a lot of mileage in delivering targeted training to different groups of employees. So to the board and SMT, we'd be developing training for them, including alerting them to the risk of whaling or spear phishing attacks, since those attacks are usually against board members and SMT members. I've said we should promote compliance amongst the board and SMT with the financial procurement and data handling processes at board and SMT level, where we're making sure that they consider each request for a transfer of funds, and they comply with any organizational policies and processes in place, that they obtain approval from the next level up, or they could seek a 4I check, a review of what they've done or what they're attempting to do before rather than after they've transferred the funds clearly. We could say that they have a discussion with the CFO. Okay, I've been presented with an invoice from a customer asking for £60 million. Have we purchased whatever we're being invoiced from this customer? Is it in use? But we seek to ask questions. So promote compliance with financial procurement policies and processes. We also develop, so I'm proposing that we develop a genuine speak up culture rather than championing and investing in a speak up culture that we don't intend to actually fulfill, that we don't intend as a board or senior management team to enforce. I'm proposing that we reward employees who speak up about risks to business operations, including cleaners and security guards, rather than promote a culture whereby employees feel scared to speak up. At the cost of business. How do we measure our risk levels? We could use key performance indicators. What is a key performance indicator? That is metrics that give us an indication of how well our performance is, how well our controls are performing. We could have patching metrics, whereby we're looking to see how long it takes our IT team to patch our systems once a patch has been released by the vendor. We could ask for metrics on how many times systems go down after they've been patched. We could ask for metrics on how many systems have automated patches applied to them, compared to some servers where we have to patch them manually. Why would we not want to apply automatic patches or automated patches to some servers? Why would we not want to apply automated patches to some servers where the system just automatically downloads patches and automatically applies those patches to some of our critical servers, especially to protect them against the risk of cybercrime? Why would we not want to apply automated patches to everything? Any responses in the chat window? Just looking to see if anyone's typing. Well, we may not want to apply patches. Okay, someone's asked for the question again. I've asked the question, why might it not be a good idea to apply automated patches, to allow the system to apply patches to our critical systems without us evaluating those patches first? Why should we not? Absolutely, thank you. Thanks for that response, Tosin. It can break the system if the patch is not tested properly, which could lead to service downtime as well, which could lead to a risk, basically. Yep. So same thing said here by Yinka, because sometimes patches have to be tested before applying them so they do not break the system. So in some companies, they may reach a decision to patch desktops automatically. So as soon as the patch is released, the desktop system of users is patched. However, critical servers, they can't apply the same thinking to these because a patch could break a system. So key performance indicators, KPIs, patching metrics, systems uptime versus downtime metrics. How frequently does this critical system go down? How frequently is it taken down for maintenance? And what controls are in place for when this system goes down for maintenance? Do we have replicated systems or redundant systems that we can put into place and that we can start up as soon as a system goes down? Do we have clusters, failover clusters that fail over, that switch over to a replica system in the event this critical system goes down? We could also have KPIs on the number of staff that complete the annual awareness programs or any awareness programs. Measuring risk levels, we could also have early warning indicators or key risk indicators, as opposed to key performance indicators. Now we've got key risk indicators. They are early warning indicators that give us an early indication or early sign that a risk may materialize soon. Employee attrition. If we have a high number of employees leaving, indeed, if we're making a high number of employees redundant, what risk might this pose to our business IT? What is the risk? And the answer isn't that employees may send data to personal emails. That is a separate early warning indicator. What is the risk if we have a high turnover or if we're making a large number of employees redundant? Any replies in the chat window? I'll give us a second to answer that question. What is the risk if we have a high number of employees leaving the business, or we're making a large number of employees redundant? That is a risk, short of staff to do the work, but there is another risk that we've mentioned repeatedly here. Thank you. Reputation, that's another risk, but there is a core risk to our information assets if we're making a large number of, that's it, employees redundant. That is, thank you, Tosin and Daniel, disgruntled workers may increase. That is the main risk. So if we're making a large number of employees redundant, then we may have a rise in disgruntled employees that could cause the organization harm. So thank you for that. Yes, there is a risk that knowledge could be leaving with this number of employees that have been made redundant. But if we've got a large number of employees, the main risk that they pose to our information assets is that they could be disgruntled employees. They could become disgruntled. And that's why some companies, when they want to lay off employees, they will actually they will call them into an office. As terrible as this may sound, they call them into an office and they say, your role has now been terminated. They escort them to their desk and lead them out of the building. In the meantime, IT would have been told a few moments in advance, and they immediately terminate that employee's access to the network so that they can't log on and do something or plant malware or do anything. So employee attrition, employee turnover is a key risk indicator. Or if employees are leaving in large numbers where they haven't been made redundant, again, that is an early warning indicator that there may be something wrong with the culture of the organization, and that employee may be disgruntled, which may give rise to the risk that they do something before they leave. If an employee suddenly starts sending multiple data emails to their personal email address, again, that could be an early warning indicator that they're about to leave and they're about to take our information assets, information that they've learned on our job, customer records, to a competitor. So key risk indicators are early warning indicators, and we should be measuring, capturing those and measuring those as well. Measuring the risk that may arise if a large number of employees start to leave, or if we make a large number of employees redundant, or if an employee starts sending loads of data to their personal email box, if allowed to do so. When we measure risk levels, we provide reports taking a look at previous trends and new trends, comparing previous numbers of emails sent by employees, for example, to their personal emails. If you've got an employee that has never sent a single email to their personal email account, and they suddenly start sending 50 emails a day to their personal accounts, that needs to be reported. Now let's take a look at a semi-quantitative risk assessment, which is a halfway house between a qualitative risk assessment and a quantitative risk assessment. And all that is done here is that in some cases, it's a financial value that is added to the risk scoring. But here we've got just numbers. A risk that is highly unlikely to occur is scored as a low risk. If its impact or consequence would be a 1, then it's a very low risk again. The consequence 1, risk, the likelihood 1, that's a very low risk. Unlikely, but the consequence is medium, then that risk would become a yellow risk. Very likely to occur, but the consequence is very low. That could be scored as a low risk. But all risks above here would be treated. The business may say that, okay, the board's appetite is any risk scored above a 12. So very likely to occur, but medium consequence, 3, that is a 12. The business may say, senior management rather, may say that any risk that is rated 12 and above should be treated. That is their risk tolerance level set. Whereas any risk that is 11 and below, rated as 11 and below, so the likelihood is almost certain, and yet the consequence would be low. So that's a 10. 5 times 2 equals 10. Any risk rated 11 and below should be logged and monitored and signed off as accepted by SMT until the impact or the consequence of the risk may be considered as high, in which case that risk that was a 10 initially, because the consequences would be deemed as a 2, where the consequence or the impact has been recalculated to be a 4 or high, then that risk now becomes a 20 rated risk. Comes a 20 rated risk, in which case the board would again expect that risk to move from monitored risks to risks that need to be treated, where we need to recommend controls to treat those risks. Quantitative risk assessment, assess by assigning real numbers to the costs of safeguards and controls, and we'll take a look at this in a moment. Assigning real numbers to the estimated financial cost of damage to be caused by the risk. We assign real numbers to the single loss expectancy in the event a risk were to materialize once. We also calculate the annual number of times this risk may materialize. So say, for example, you have a system that always goes down twice a year. At the end of the financial year, and maybe when managers are budgeting for the new financial year, then the annualized rate of occurrence would be 2, because that system goes down twice a year. And we calculate how much we would lose each time that system goes down. The advantages of using a quantitative risk assessment is that the confidentiality, integrity and availability of information and the relevant losses are better understood, because we look to use historical data. We look at historical data, historical losses. What happened? How much did it cost us last year when this system went down twice a year? And when we're performing quantitative risk assessment, a cost-benefit assessment or analysis of countermeasures, where we're seeking to calculate the costs of the controls that we've recommended and seeking to calculate the potential benefits to be derived if we were to implement those controls, helps the senior management team to plan the security budget. Quantitative risk assessment, disadvantages. Calculations are complex, and we may need to explain these for the board or SMT to understand the results. Because again, not everyone likes maths. However, we need to understand that in an organization, they'd most likely use an automated risk management tool. And when all of that data is entered into that tool, we could have outputs as graphs and charts. We don't need to present a long report full of text and numbers. We could output that report in charts and graphs. So I've had a question here, would I teach us how to calculate these risks? So I have a slide in here on how we calculate these risks or a risk from this e-commerce company. However, we would need to take a lot of company-specific information into account when calculating a risk. So I've put in a simple calculation. Maybe we need to get to that page and then I'll explain things. But when we're calculating a risk, we need to take into account not only the costs, the estimated cost of the information asset, which is almost impossible to estimate. But I've used a single technique for the purpose of this session. But it's almost impossible to value an information asset, because even if you value the cost of the server, the cost of the control, the cost of this, the cost, how do you value information? But I'll show us how I've calculated the risk to this customer order system. Again, whilst quantitative risk assessment is meant to be an objective method of calculating risk or assessing a risk, there is still a large element of subjectivity to it due to factors, including that which I've just shared, that you can't really value information. You can't place a financial value on information itself. Quantitative risk assessment, we take a look at the cost of a single risk event materializing. How much would we lose in the event this risk were to materialize? Then we take a look at the frequency of the risk events, usually calculated annually, as I said, the cost of risk averaged per year. And the idea behind quantitative risk assessment is to justify the cost of the controls that we're proposing. We're seeking to demonstrate to the business that if the risk were to materialize, this is how much it would cost the business. And here are the cost of controls to mitigate that risk. So quantitative risk assessment helps us to justify the cost of controls that we're recommending to SMT and the board. Now let's take a look at formulas first for a quantitative risk assessment. We take a look at the exposure factor. How exposed is this information asset? The exposure factor is the percentage, the subjective percentage of asset loss caused if an identified risk were to materialize. If this system were to go down, what percentage would we lose of this asset? What fraction of this asset would be lost in the event the system were to go down? And that again is a subjective percentage. There's no method to saying, okay, it would lose. Okay, there are actually some methods. mathematicians and statisticians will use some tools to calculate the exposure factor, but it is highly subjective. The single loss expectancy, that is how much would we lose as a business if this asset were to go down on one occasion, if this system, if this customer order system were to go down once. To calculate that, we take a look at the asset value, which is again subjective, times the exposure factor. So for the course of the exams, you need to remember these actual formulas, and you may be asked to calculate a single loss expectancy where they give you the asset value and the exposure factor. Or they give you the asset value and say, okay, what is the exposure factor? So annualized rate of occurrence is the annual frequency of occurrence of a threat. How many times do we expect this system to go down each year, this customer order system, based on a history, based on historical data? How many times did it go down last year? How many times did it go down the previous year? And then the annualized loss expectancy is the single loss expectancy, how much we would lose if the system were to go down once a year, times the number of times we expect the system to go down by. So single loss expectancy times the annualized rate of occurrence. That gives us how much we can expect to lose each year in the event this system were to go down any number of times during that year. Now let's take a look at some calculations or calculations. Now, as I've said, this would not be useful for you in a company, in another company, because they may have a different method of calculating their asset value, for example, their information asset value. But I have personally, for the purpose of this workshop only, asked the question of this e-commerce company: how much revenue does this customer order system generate for the e-commerce company per day? How much do we earn from customers using this customer order system each day? I've just taken this subjective view to calculate the value of this asset. But in real life, we'd also need to consider the cost of maintaining that asset, that customer order system per year. We would take that off the revenue generated. We'd need to take the salary of those or the individual who's the system owner of that customer order system into account. So we'd remove that. But for the purpose of this workshop, I'm trying to keep things really simple. So when we're calculating the asset value for this customer order system, I've asked myself the question: how much revenue does this system generate for the company per day? And I've said, from financial records, this system on average generates £240,000 per day in revenue. So per year, this system generates a revenue of 87.6 million per annum. And I'm really scared to talk through these calculations because we have a mathematician on this workshop who's also an employee of the Ladder Back Down. So I'm hoping that I've actually got these calculations right. However, let's continue. Remember, we said the exposure factor is the subjective percentage of asset loss per incident. That is the subjective percentage. What percentage of this asset would we lose in the event this system were to go down once? So the single loss expectancy formula equals asset value times exposure factor. Now, what I will do after this, thank you for saying that. I'm accurate there. Thank you. Pleased to know to hear that. So single loss expectancy equals asset value times exposure factor, which is 240K, that is the asset value, times the subjective percentage, 0.30 or 30%. That is the single loss expectancy. So we're saying that in the event this system were to go down once, the single loss expectancy would be 72,000. That is 30% of the asset value. $72K would be lost in the event this system were to go down once. What is the annual rate of occurrence? That is how many times we expect this system to go down each year. And we would take a look, as I keep saying, from historical data to see how many times in the past this system has gone down. So we're now asking ourselves the question, what is the annual loss expectancy if this system were to go down 4 times in a year? And we take that by saying, okay, the formula is single loss expectancy times annual rate of occurrence. The single loss expectancy we've worked out is 72,000. And we're saying that the annual rate of occurrence is 4 times. The system will go down 4 times. So our annual loss expectancy on this system is 288K. That's meant to be a comma there, £288,000 per year. We would lose on this system, on this asset, on this customer order system, if we don't implement any controls. Some companies may say that is a low amount that we're expecting to lose per year compared to the 86.7 million revenue generated from that system. However, we still have a responsibility to propose treatment. We could say that the business brings in or buys backup systems, or they also buy a system, a replica system in the cloud, so that if the system goes down, then everyone just transfers to the cloud-based server. Whatever we propose as controls, the annual cost to mitigate the risk must not be equal to or exceed the annual loss expectancy sum of 288K. We can't go proposing to the business that, okay, that I propose you should buy a firewall. I propose you should buy this. I propose you should buy that. I propose you should buy this. We can't propose that the business should invest in controls to the value of 500K to protect against a risk of 288K. Any questions in the chat window, please? Because what I was going to do is to actually say that we could take a break. But if we'd like to put any questions in the chat window, we can then take a break after I've responded to any questions. And we return at 1:30. So any questions, please? And I've put there, before I look at a question that may have been posed here, I've put there that when proposing treatment, the annual costs to mitigate the risk should not equal or exceed the annual loss expectancy of 288K in most cases. But there are exceptions to that. If a regulator demands that we implement a control that will cost us 500K, for example, then we can't say no. We simply seek to try to mitigate the risk, implement the control in the most cost-effective manner. But we can't say, well, that control, that training that you've asked us to roll out across the entire business, compliance training, will cost us 500K and the risk is just 288K, so we're not doing it. You can't do that. I'm looking at this question, trying to read it out. How does one determine an annualized risk rate of occurrence for a risk that is very serious, but has very limited data, especially in a landscape like Nigeria, where attacks are not properly logged and reported? I must say now that it's not just Nigeria where attacks are not properly logged and reported. Many companies that experience ransomware attacks don't report this for risk of further attacks or for risk of a regulatory penalty. Whereas I believe it recently became an offense for companies to not report such attacks. It recently became an offense. And you've asked the second question. Well, you've asked the first question, which I haven't answered. How do you calculate the annualized rate of occurrence for a risk that is very serious but has very limited historical data? Well, you could estimate that annual rate of occurrence based on industry data available. That, okay, if it's never happened here before, that doesn't mean that it will never happen. So we could say the annual rate of occurrence is 1, that this risk may materialize once a year. And yes, we can factor in occurrences outside of the businesses. But we put that risk down as once a year. But then remember that once we say that this risk will occur once a year, what we would say here is that the single loss expectancy is 72K. And if it's going to occur once a year, the annual rate of occurrence, then the annual loss expectancy would be 72K. And the business may recommend, okay, we will accept that risk. However, if this is a ransomware attack, for example, threat, then, or risk, we wouldn't be saying that the single loss expectancy would be that low. If we're assessing the risk of a ransomware attack against this customer order system, we wouldn't be saying the single loss expectancy would be 72K. We could lose our customer data. We could be fined. We could be sued by the customers. We could pay the ransom. So all of those costs would need to be taken into account. And I've said something there in that sentence, and I thought that someone might actually write a question down about that, about paying a ransom. No, I don't believe it's the right thing to do or the best thing to do to pay a ransom to cyber criminals that attack our systems and lock us out of our systems. But in some cases, some organizations don't have a choice other than to pay. Where they've been operating on legacy systems with no support, such companies quietly pay up. And I've had this discussion with delegates on previous workshops, which is why I'm saying this. Some companies will privately pay up because they have no choice than to pay up. So when we're talking about the annual loss expectancy, the higher the risk, or the single loss expectancy included, the higher the risk, the higher the criticality of the information asset, the higher the single loss expectancy will be, the higher the asset value would be. So I hope I answered your question. And if we have further questions, thank you, you're welcome. If we have further questions, please post those in the chat window and we'll return at 1:40. Thank you. So an hour's lunch, please, so that we can all go and do things that we would rather spend our day doing on a Saturday. Thank you. I'll stop the recording and we'll return at 1:40. So when seeking to calculate the return on security investment, what we're trying to find out is how long might it take? What is the time in percentage before a new risk mitigation product will pay for itself? And we calculate by taking a look at the annual loss expectancy before we've applied any controls. So we're looking for the return on the security investment. Now, the annual loss expectancy before the risk controls were put in place. What is the pre-risk mitigation term described that when we talk about risk? Is that residual risk or inherent risk? Or what is that period? What is that risk referred to before controls are applied? Does anyone remember? We can type that in the chat window. Well, the annual loss expectancy pre-risk mitigation is referring to the annual loss expectancy of the inherent risk that exists before we have applied any controls. Before we've applied additional controls to the customer order system, there are inherent risks that we've identified. There are some risks that we've identified. Post-risk mitigation, after we have applied controls, after we have treated the risk, after we've brought solutions to further protect that customer order system, we're looking at residual risk. That is risk that is left over. Remember, we have been consistent in saying that we cannot eliminate risk totally unless we stop processing customer orders, for example. If we stop processing customer orders, we would close down the customer order system and we would close down that business activity. That's the only way that we can eliminate risk. Otherwise, we seek to reduce risk to an acceptable level. And so the return on security investment calculates the annual loss expectancy before the risk mitigation minus the annual loss expectancy after the risk mitigation has been applied. So that is the residual risk minus the cost of the safeguard or the cost of the control. So if we're recommending that the business purchases some controls to reduce the risk of the customer order database going down, and we're presenting them with a pre-risk mitigation cost of 288K. And we're saying that the annual loss expectancy after the controls have been applied will be reduced to 72K. We also need to subtract that from the cost of the pre-risk annual loss expectancy cost, and then pre-mitigation rather. Then we also minus the cost of the controls that we're proposing to them, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. Then we divide that by the annual cost of the safeguard, and we'll take a look at that in a moment as well. And then we multiply that by 100, get a percentage of the return on security investment. Okay, now let's take a look at this. Okay, I think that's the last sentence on this slide. So here we go. The calculation formula is ALE1, that is the annual loss expectancy pre-risk mitigation, minus ALE2, which is the annual loss expectancy after the risk mitigation has been applied, the control has been purchased and implemented, minus the annual cost of the safeguard. Okay, so remember the example that we cited previously. The annual loss expectancy that we presented to our board saying, before a safeguard is applied, before we invest in these controls, the system will most likely go down 4 times, and the costs of the business, if that system were to go down 4 times, would be 288K. That is the annual cost of the business. We also included in the previous calculations that the single loss expectancy was 72K. And what we're now saying to the business is that after we have implemented the controls that we have proposed to reduce the risk, we can expect the system to only go down 1 day a year instead of the 4 days a year that we had previously proposed might be the number of times the system went down. So the residual risk is the cost of 1 day a year's outage. The residual risk is therefore £72,000 after the safeguard has been implemented. So we're saying to the business at this point, Annual loss expectancy before we buy additional firewalls, before we buy additional backup systems, etc., is 288K. After we bought the firewall, after we've bought additional backup, after we've implemented cluster servers, etc., that we can expect to lose 72K, because we can expect the system to potentially, or to most likely, go down 1 day a year, because we can't eliminate risk totally, remember. So we can't say we don't expect the system to go down at all. This is a risk. Doesn't have to happen, but we need to account for residual risk. We then also minus the cost of the safeguard, the cost of the control. How much did we spend to acquire the control? Now, what I've done here is that I've taken a look at the cost of the control over 5 years. So I've taken a look at how much the initial purchase fee was, which is 150K. And then I've now taken a look at the annual maintenance and insurance costs, for example, over 5 years. If the annual maintenance or costs, insurance costs of this system is 120K per year over 5 years, that would cost 600K. And so you add that 600K to 150K, and then you divide it by 5. So the annual cost of that system is 150K. You can't say the annual cost of this system is just the 150K initial purchase fee, because you need to take into account maintenance costs, insurance costs. And in many cases, you won't be obtaining insurance costs for a year. You'd be calculating things like this in 5-year space. So the annual cost of the safeguard per year over 5 years, for example, is 150K. Because this safeguard will not just be in use for 1 year. So the annual cost of this safeguard per year over 5 years is 150K. So we then say, because the calculation again is annual loss expectancy minus annual loss expectancy 2 minus the annual cost of the controls or the safeguards that we've implemented. And we're looking at things in percentage terms now. So it's 288K, which is the pre-loss, pre-risk mitigation loss, 288K, minus the expected annual loss expectancy after we've implemented the safeguard, that is minus 72K, minus 150K, that is the cost of the safeguard, because we're calculating things on an annual basis, but this system, the controls will not just be in place for a year. So 150K. And then we divide that by the annual cost of the safeguards. And then we turn that into a percentage. So the return on our security investment or return on investment is 44%. Again, don't worry about all of this, because as an IT risk professional, you may never get to or be asked to calculate all of this. And if you are, again, your finance business partner will do all of this for you or with you. But most likely for you, there will be a quantitative risk department or finance team that would take care of all of this. But for the purpose of the exam, it is important that we understand these formulas. And I don't know whether on the exams they will ask us to calculate a return on security investment after they've given us a number of figures, but they can't just ask us to pluck figures out of thin air on the exam and ask us to calculate things. No, in the exam, if you're asked to calculate a return on security investment, all you need to remember, all you must remember is the formula to calculate things. And since the CRISC exam is a multiple choice examination, you will be given options as to the right answer. But for the purpose of your workplace, just remember that there will be help available to you. There may be a tool, a system, where you just enter these numbers into and it will calculate things for you. So don't be put off a risk career, as I've said previously, just because of these formulas and calculations. This doesn't form a major part of your role as a technical or information security risk professional. Most of your time will be spent identifying risk in the first case, IT risk on projects, in programs. You'd be doing that and also taking a look at the organization's templates and calculating the level of risk exposure. But you won't be asked to come in and to start calculating the return on security investment, ROI. In some cases, the CIO or CISO may be required to do that. And I have actually done that in the past where it hasn't been required when I was in such a role. But don't worry about this. Don't let this put you off from becoming an IT or information security risk professional. You can do it. Any questions, please post those in the chat window. Risk response options, as we have said. So we've identified those risks, we've assessed the risks, we've presented those figures, those quantitative figures with the risk treatment options and the costs of those controls to the board. They can choose to avoid, to transfer. They can choose to reduce or mitigate the risk or to tolerate, or they can choose to accept the risk. If they choose to accept the risk, it must be a written, signed decision from senior management. I mentioned earlier that we could be proposing managerial or admin controls. Those are controls that are designed to direct or to instruct or to guide employees. Managerial controls, directive controls include policies. This is what must be done here. Acceptable use policy, email use policy, web browsing policy. All those are managerial or admin controls. Guidelines, those are administrative controls. Technical logical controls include vulnerability scanning tools, firewalls, routers, technologies, tokens for logins. They're all controls to reduce the risk to our organizations. Then we have physical and operational controls such as man traps. Do we know what a man trap is? Those gates where only one individual can, revolving gates where one individual can enter at a time. Putting those in our data centers, for example, could reduce the risk of someone walking out with a PC or a server. They can't fit in the man trap, then they can't take it out. Keys, security guards, all of these are physical controls that we could recommend. We could recommend that the company hires a security guard to man our data center or the loading bay to reduce the risk of someone entering the building from the loading bay where deliveries take place. Now, many years ago, and I think I've recounted this story on a previous security workshop, where I worked in a company and the company had a very big reception downstairs. And I was very friendly with the security guard at the time. And in that company, each week, a carpet firm or rug firm, they would come and pick up the rug in the reception, which was massive. They would pick up the rug and drop another one straight away. And they would take the old rug away to vacuum and steam wash and to clean it thoroughly. And that had been happening for years. Then one day, according to the security guard, two men came up in a van and they picked up the rug, said, "We're bringing the replacement rug in," and they never returned. So they were clearly thieves. We need to be aware of different risk scenarios. I'm often accused of being paranoid because I consider risk in everything I do, including in the home. And the thing about considering risk is that it doesn't make you risk adverse. It doesn't stop you from doing anything. If you take a moment to consider risk, it doesn't mean that you are a negative person. It just means that you think things through. What is the risk of me going for a meal out a night before an interview? For a late meal out a night before? I could come down with food poisoning. And then that could cost me the interview and the job that I'm hoping to get. So I consider risk in everything. And there's no harm in considering risk. It doesn't mean that you are a negative person or that you're slow in thinking. It just means that you're reflective. I remember years ago in a local church, there was this program and the speaker, the guest speaker that they were bringing over was an elderly man. And I asked the team of administrators that were bringing the elderly man over from another country to preach, I said, have you considered the risk of this person passing away? And they said, we prayed. Prayer is not a risk mitigation action. Because if you're inviting delegates from different countries, different parts of the country that you're in, to come and listen to a speaker, and that speaker is elderly, you need to consider the risk of that person passing away. And there's nothing negative about that. All you need to do is to try and get backup speakers as well that could speak in that person's place. If you've hired a 20,000 seater hall for people to come and listen to a delegate, you could hire a hall for people to come and listen to Elon Musk speaking, or to listen to Warren Buffett speaking. Now, Warren Buffett is very aged. Now, if you were to invite him to speak, and people pay thousands of pounds to come in or to get a ticket, this preaching event was free, by the way, but people still traveled to see this speaker who was very popular. But if people pay thousands of pounds to get a ticket to hear Warren Buffett speak, and people would, and you don't put in place controls for just in case he passes away because he's elderly, then what are you going to say to delegates who turn up only to hear that he's been unable to travel or something has happened to him? If you haven't also paid for other speakers, invited other speakers who may be able to fill his slot. So at least you can say, apologies, we haven't got Warren Buffett here today, and we know that you're disappointed in him not being able to come. We apologize, and we will offer refunds to anyone that wants to obtain a refund. However, we have got Bill Gates here instead. That is a control to reduce the impact in the eventuality Warren Buffett were unable to attend an event that he's been booked to speak at because he is elderly. So we don't just identify and assess risk because we're filled with doom and gloom. It's so that we can actually recommend and implement controls just in case the risk were to materialize. We've got other controls, directives, which are standards and regulations, which are mandatory. We've got corrective controls, such as backup restoration tests, making sure that we test our backups and our ability to restore the data from those backup devices. Because very often, I think I said this last week, very often we tend to back up data on a daily basis or according to an agreed cycle in our organizations as IT professionals now. We back the data up, but we very rarely test the data by restoring it, just to make sure that, yes, great, we know the backup works, but what would happen in the event we needed to restore that data after an incident where the live data is deleted? Can we actually restore that data, or have we just been backing up that data for years without testing it? So backup restoration is a corrective control. Antivirus is a corrective control. It's also a detective control. Antivirus can be used to detect a virus and then also to delete the virus from our systems, to wipe it from our systems. Compensatory controls are controls designed to address gaps in our existing controls. So let's say we need 4 members of staff, or let's say 5 members of staff in a team, in an IT team, to complete a task. And we've only got 2 employees in the team at the moment. We may want to conduct a 4-eye check on everything those 2 members of the team do, because they may make errors. So we may want to have a manager checking over their work just to make sure that they haven't committed any errors. That's a compensatory control to address the staff shortage that we're currently facing. Compensatory control, we may seek to obtain an extra signature on a bank account. Multi-factor authentication is a compensatory control for what? Why do we require multi-factor authentication? What is something that is often described as weak? That requires us to enable multi-factor authentication. The word starts with P, with the letter P. So we require multi-factor authentication where people enter 2 things, because privacy, not necessarily, not privilege, not PFA, so any other guesses. Why do we need multi-factor authentication? What has often been described as weak? Yes, a password. Because a password is insufficient, it is a weak control, we then require multi-factor authentication to reduce the risk and to address the gap in that control of using a password only. So we require employees to authenticate using something else beyond a password. Multi-factor authentication. Yes, so I can see, I think Daniel's going to improve authentication. We need multiple other options of authenticating beyond a simple password. So compensatory control is a control designed to address gaps in an existing control or in existing controls. Multi-factor authentication, yes, to address the weakness in us deciding to use passwords alone. Passwords are a weak method of securing our data or authenticating ourselves onto the infrastructure. Preventive controls, including locks, security guards, segregation of duties, these are all preventive controls designed to prevent an attacker or to prevent an attack against us. Segregation of duties, where we make sure that one person doesn't wear all hats, where we don't have one person on the telephone help desk in our bank receiving phone calls, asking us for our password, asking us for the long numbers on our card, and also asking us for the 3-letter CVV at the back. So we segregate duties that could give rise to fraud, also referred to as separation of duties. Yes, Helen's just said something really useful. Banks will send you a text to ask you to repeat the code they sent you. But sometimes we need to be so careful, even with companies, banks, and SMS messages. We need to be so careful. You could receive a call from your bank, and this isn't SMS per se, but you could receive a call from your bank where they say, okay, your system has been accessed or breached. We would like you to confirm your details to us. And then you say, no, sorry, I need you to authenticate yourself to me. And then you say, I want to actually ring my bank. Or they could actually, a cyber criminal could send you an SMS message, by the way, but you could say, I want to actually ring my bank to confirm this call has come from them. You put down your phone and then you pick it up and you ring your bank straight away. Some of us may not know this, but a cyber criminal could still be at the other end of the phone. So when you disconnect your phone, if the call hasn't disconnected properly, they could then hear everything you say to your bank. So whenever you receive such a call, good practice dictates that you say, okay, no, sorry, I don't want to talk to you. I'll ring my bank back myself. You can either turn off your phone and restart it. That way, you're sure that their call is disconnected, or you use another phone to ring your bank. Just to make sure that they're not on the line eavesdropping on your call. Detective controls include our logs, our security incident or event monitoring systems, SIEMs, or CCTV cameras. They are detective controls, but logs are only as useful as the monitoring that takes part. If we don't review those logs, they're of no use. But these are types of controls. So we've just gone over this and that. Systems controls. Systems development process should ensure that security controls are built into the system and tested prior to deployment. Why do we test? We want to make sure that we uncover any flaws or risks that may be hidden in the design of the system before that system is published to the market. It's less expensive to mitigate a risk in software when the problem is found earlier, when the risk is identified earlier rather than after the software has been developed. And that's why there's this reference to security as a design. That is, whenever a software architect or software developer is preparing requirements, or a BA preparing requirements for a new software, they have to engage with InfoSec to make sure that all security considerations are made from the requirements gathering stage due to the end of the development of the software. Third-party vendors controls. We need to ensure that NDAs are included in contracts. That's so important. So they don't share our personal information or private information, our audit reports, so that auditors don't inadvertently share our audit report, including our vulnerabilities, with another company. So we include NDAs in the contract, requirements to not use our live data or even test data in any tests, especially if we have our systems in the cloud, our information in the cloud. We need to make sure we include in the contract that the cloud provider cannot use our live data in demonstrations, in testing, or anything at all. Whilst our data is held with them, we include all of that in the contract. We need to enhance our monitoring when it comes to third-party risk. We monitor those third parties, and we need to let them know that we're monitoring them. We need to adopt the principle of least privilege, which simply give them the permissions to do their job as auditors or as third parties and no more. We need to ensure that we prevent them from leaking any data, any corporate data. We could block them from sending emails to private accounts. We need to accompany or follow vendors whilst they're on site. And we prepare temporary visitor passes for them. Restrict access to physical systems and to data center rooms, server rooms in our businesses, unless they have a need to go there or a need to access a system. And if it's a physical data center we're seeking to restrict access to, we also ensure that we accompany the auditor to the data center whilst on site. We ensure that we provision time-limited access so that when we're setting up an account, a user account for a vendor that is in our companies for 3 months, they've got a 3-month contract, or a contractor that has been given a 6-month contract. When we actually provision their account in Active Directory, when we create an account for them, we need to make sure that we put the end dates, that the account should be disabled on that end date, automatically disabled. If the manager that has hired them then comes back in 3 months' time, or just before 3 months has expired, or just before 6 months has expired, and say, we need to extend this, then we can do that easily. But never leave unlimited access open to your vendors or your contractors. Even if the contractor has a year's contract, we make sure that we put an end date, a termination date, that the account, user account, should be disabled. And then if necessary, we then extend that. Or if a manager comes and says that contractor has left before their 1 year is expired, then we can manually disable that account. But don't leave open-ended access. We need to ensure that security clauses are documented in these contracts. If you don't come from a legal background, don't worry again. You can ask for help from the legal team, but you can also look at existing contracts in the department to see what security clauses are documented in the contracts. And please remember that once the contract has been signed, you may find it extremely difficult to renegotiate the contract. So there's usually a lot of to-ing and fro-ing when information security is trying to negotiate its contract with a vendor. We will send out clauses that apply to the system that is being supported. And there may be some standard information security clauses about the processing of our data, not subcontracting our data without our permission. So all of these clauses need to be documented in the contract, sent over to the vendor, who may actually cross out some of those clauses and say, we can't adhere to this, we can't follow this, we can't agree to this. And then you send that contract to and fro between each other until you've come to a successful agreement. Sometimes we need to insist that no, that we do not outsource our systems to a third party that hosts data in a country that is not under the GDPR regulations, that is not covered by the GDPR regulations. So we make sure that those security clauses are documented in contracts, and you can go take a look at existing contracts within the department to see what predecessors or existing team members may have included in those. Service level agreements also need to be included in these third-party vendors' contracts, so that if we're saying that in the event of a customer order system outage, the support company needs to bring that system up within 5 minutes or within 2 minutes, 99% uptime, 99.99% uptime. All of that needs to be included in a service level agreement. The risk practitioner will provide advice on the selection, design, implementation, testing, and operation of the controls. We may assist in selecting the technical controls, develop procedures to support technical controls with IT, determine ownership for the controls, and set up monitoring and a reporting schedule. These may be some of our responsibilities. Issues about controls: we could have controls that are misconfigured, like a firewall that IT configures, and then no one can access the infrastructure because it has been misconfigured. We could have forgotten controls, controls that have been implemented over the years, and they're just there working or not working because those controls were never documented. We could have the wrong controls, where we're seeking to implement controls to encrypt data in storage, data at rest, where we'll go for something like TrueCrypt or Encrypt, or these different tools that we can use, some of them being free to encrypt our software and our hard drive. But we could be saying to the business, we'd like to encrypt all data at rest, or we're required to encrypt all data at rest. And then someone goes and implements SSL on your network, which encrypts data that is going across the internet, which is why you sometimes see the HTTPS sign before an address that you're typing into your browser. That shows you that traffic to that website is encrypted using SSL or TLS. So we need to watch out for wrong controls that are not there to actually, that haven't been implemented to fix the risks that we've identified. And then bypass controls, especially when it comes to IT, the risk of controls being bypassed by IT, where we've proposed that all USB ports must be locked. And then you have some IT engineers unlocking the ports on their system because they have authorized access to Active Directory to do that. So we need to watch out for that, bypass controls, where nobody's meant to have access to USB ports. And then the only time that you discover, or the first time you discover that at least one person has access, is when ransomware is released onto your infrastructure because someone has put an infected USB stick in their laptop. So these are different issues that may materialize with regards to controls. Controls assessments, audits, we could conduct audits. Our auditors could actually come in and audit our controls. Then we could conduct penetration tests or vulnerability assessments, which we've talked about this morning. Observation, where we observe a business process, we observe a team doing their job to see if a control that we have implemented is actually working. Incident reports, we could take a look at an incident report and see whether the controls that were designed to reduce downtime after an incident with the customer order system actually worked. Controls assessment, we could obtain user feedback. Is this system enabling you to do your job, or is it stopping you from doing your job? We could look at logs or vendor reports. Testing controls, when we're testing controls, we're testing both technical and non-technical controls. We're evaluating or testing our monitoring controls. That is our security incident and event monitoring system. We need to test that. Is it working? Are logs being written to our scenes? And are those logs actually being reviewed by IT? Configuration controls. We test to ensure that our firewall is configured properly, that it is stopping traffic to the right ports, that we have blocked certain ports, the required ports on our firewall. Architecture controls may test for design flaws on our architecture. Staff training controls, are our staff attending mandatory awareness sessions? Or are they simply ignoring those controls? Documentation controls. If we don't have a network diagram in place, what happens when there's an incident and nobody knows how the network is designed, where to start troubleshooting? Testing, good practice with regards to software development. Any new or changed source code should be reviewed by an impartial and knowledgeable third party to validate the compliance with standards and good coding practices, and to also detect unauthorized changes made by a programmer. They could also evaluate error handling, input validation, or documentation. Testing good practice. We could evaluate version control. How have we actually ensured that each version of the software has had a version number applied to it? Test data must be complete. and it must be verified. We verify any test data. Some good practice with regards to developers, and I know we have at least one developer in this session. Developers should not be working directly on production data, and there needs to be a separation of the production and testing platforms and training platforms to protect the organization from unauthorized or untested changes. If a developer is developing a solution on the production environment, it's easy for them to just release that updated source code without any testing. But if they're doing it on a test platform, then that reduces the risk. That reduces the risk to the organization. Quality assurance is a planned and systematic pattern of all actions necessary to provide adequate confidence that an item conforms to established technical requirements. We need to ensure that quality assurance reviews the source code, to make sure that the software developed complies with the requirements and standards set by the organization. Apologies for that. I just went to desperately try to turn off my phone, which was ringing there. So part of the process to migrate a new modified system or application is to make sure that that application is locked down, that the final version is locked down, and that nobody can modify this after it has been approved for release. So if Microsoft were releasing a new version of a software, once they've tested things, they would lock it, secure it, so that a developer in-house or even a user of the software couldn't modify the code. And they'd also do so to ensure that a cyber criminal couldn't insert a logic bomb or a Trojan in the application or software. Remember, I've said that the project team implementing the rollout of any software or system must have a rollback plan or a fallback plan, so that in the event the system or the application that they're rolling out doesn't work, then they're able to roll back successfully. Compliance. Any new or changed source code must be reviewed. The risk of rolling out malware when rolling out a new software is so high. Need to check for compliance with OWASP, the top 10 risks of applications. So we validate compliance with standards and good coding practices. Detect any unauthorized changes made by the programmer. We also need to detect any back doors that have been left in an application. What is a back door? Why might a developer need to leave a back door in an application? Or a company that produces software, why might they need to leave a back door in an application? A back door is an access route to get back into that application why might a company need, or what sort of company might need to create a backdoor? To launch attacks? No, so a malicious threat may use that to bait attackers. Yes, again, that may be something where they use a honeypot, but there is, okay, let me rephrase the question. What is a legitimate reason why a company may need to leave a backdoor to gain access into software that they've launched? What is a legitimate reason now? A legitimate reason? Loss of authentication? Okay, still looking for a further answer. In the event that the system is corrupt or hacked. So for maintenance purposes, yes, for maintenance purposes. So I think Jermaine has, what was that, Jermaine? I think Jermaine has come the closest to answering that question. For maintenance purposes, if a manufacturer is connecting to your system to fix a fault remotely, they will do that via a back door that they have left accessible on your system. However, most reputable companies nowadays will tell you, okay, before we can access your system, you need to enter your code, your unlock code. So for your alarm system, for example, they need a back door there that they can use to remotely test your system in the event something has happened to the system, for them to support you. Jermaine has said in the SAP world, it is needed to apply patches and OSS notes, absolutely. Maintenance. However, as I said there just now, in most instances, a reputable company will not just leave a backdoor there without you having an input into when they can gain access, where you're required to type in your personal PIN number or something to enable them to gain access. Because if you're not required to have an input, to input your PIN number or something into that system, then that would suggest that a hacker could also gain access. But another type of company that may leave that will actually always leave a back door is a gaming company like PlayStation. PlayStation, I believe it works by providing customers with the ability to buy subscriptions, or to buy players if you're playing football. And you pay for those players, and then you're able to download onto your PlayStation these players. And I remember years ago, not sure if I said this last week, but I remember years ago when my youngest sons, my two youngest sons, they came and they said that all their players had disappeared. And also to buy advanced levels of the game. So I can see that there are a few gamers on here. And so my sons came to me and said that all their players had disappeared, which meant that someone had hacked into their PlayStation and taken their tokens or stolen something basically from their system. I don't even remember what it was about. But we managed to sort it out with PlayStation, but that could only have happened because there was a back door left in the system. So we make sure that there is no back door. And I like what Jermaine has said there, that SAP would ask you for a secure connection that only you have for them to access your network. Just like the alarm companies that will ask you to input in your passcode, which only you know. It's so important. Now, auditing controls. Audit may identify a risk due to some missing, ineffective, or improperly managed controls or improperly configured controls that may be identified during an audit. And an IT risk professional may also be required to assess the level of risk associated with an audit recommendation. So if an auditor were to come in and assess our controls and then to say, actually, that you need to implement X, Y, Z to reduce the risk in this area, we may be required to audit the level of risk associated with the auditor's recommendation. Unless it's a mandatory regulatory control that we're being asked to implement by the auditor, we would still undergo a risk assessment where we would say, okay, what is the risk if we were not to implement these controls? What is the risk to us? If it's regulatory and it's a mandatory regulation, then of course we need to implement that control. But if it's not regulatory, if it's just an audit recommendation that is a low audit recommendation, because they do also tend to score their recommendations. They will say significant or major or medium or low. So we can actually be requested or required to assess the level of risk associated with an audit recommendation. And the same responses or the same treatment are available to such a risk. The board can decide, yes, we know the auditors have recommended this. Please remember the word recommendation. They have made recommendations, but we will accept that risk. We could assess the risk management capabilities within our organizations and teams if required to do so. We can measure, we could be asked to measure the maturity of the risk management function. What is the culture of risk management within the risk management team? Is everyone risk adverse? Do they have the right skills to do the job? What policy standards and procedures have been provided by risk management? Risk assessment and incident response. What is incident response or incident response management? If we're assessing the risk of our incident response plans, we'd be taking a look at how the organization handles incidents. And this would give us an indication of the maturity of their risk management program. Are they prepared for incidents? Have they previously run an incident response test plan? Have they got controls in place to prevent an incident or reduce the risk of an incident? Have they got controls in place to rapidly detect a ransomware attack or the outage of a system? How effective might this organization be in their response in the eventuality of an incident? How would we know the answer to that? How effective an organization might be in the event of an incident, how effective their response might be? Any answers in the chat window? I asked the question, how do we know when we're assessing an organization's incident response capabilities, how do we know how effective they may respond to an incident? How effectively they may respond to an incident? How do we know that? Not necessarily an SLA, but thank you for being the first to respond. How would we know? Yes, prior history. We would take a look at their previous history. Have they responded effectively to an incident previously? How promptly did they detect an incident in the past? Yes, have they carried out previous drills? Have they carried out previous drills? And what was the outcome of those drills? Did they respond effectively? Did they rapidly detect the incident? Were they prepared? How fast were they able to contain the incident, to limit or reduce the incident spread? Years ago, again, in one of the companies that I've mentioned that I worked with, I haven't mentioned the name, but years ago I worked with this company and we had a ransomware outbreak. And because we had established policies in place and knew exactly what to do, out of around 3,000 IT equipment, plus all the servers and everything, we were able to, across about 200 sites in England and Wales, we were able to limit the ransomware spread to 2 laptops in a remote site, because everyone knew that the first thing to do is to disconnect that laptop or that device that has been infected from the network. Because if you don't disconnect an infected device from the network, then you're allowing that ransomware to spread to other remote computers. So you turn off the wireless access on that computer. You also tell them if they have a wired LAN cable, a network cable plugged into a port, then they remove that straight away. And that would contain that ransomware or that malware on to that system alone. So containment. But we can't contain the spread of anything, of an incident, if we haven't practiced previously. Then recovery and restoration. Again, regulators understand that cyber criminals are determined and they can breach an organization's defenses. So they expect us to not only prepare for an incident, but to prepare for recovery, to prepare for the business to promptly recover and continue its operations after an incident, to restore systems back to how they were before the incident occurred. We can also assess the maturity of an IT risk program or an InfoSec risk management program by taking a look at how they manage feedback. Do they learn lessons from incident response drills? Do they learn lessons from real life incidents that have occurred previously? Do they hold a lessons learned meeting? I'll tell you a unrelated, but related in a way, story. So when I held my last landmark birthday party a few years ago now. What I did is that I managed the planning and the party as a project. So we included risks. We had about 4 project meetings before the birthday party. We included risks, issues, and we planned everything. The timetable was planned down to the minute. And the timetable was the least of our worries, actually, because everything started to the minute on time. The videos are actually online, and I can tell anybody who asks me questions about the videos, because I split the videos up. I actually uploaded them myself, and I then split the videos up into little chunks. But I can tell you the time of each event, the time that we entered that we started the program, which was 3 p.m. on the dot. And when we started at 3 p.m., although this wasn't an incident, we started at 3 p.m. on the dot, and there were only 5 people in the hall at the time when we started. And the 5 people included musicians. And they said the only reason why they came at 3 p.m. was to see if we would really start at 3 p.m. And we told the MC that everything has to happen on the dot. That's your main responsibility, to start everything on the dot according to this timetable. Now, there was an incident that we hadn't accounted for before the party started. So I had packed my change of clothes and everything into a suitcase that we were taking to the hall, except I took out the clothes during the week and I forgot to add my shoes, my second pair of shoes, into the suitcase. So on the day of the party, when we were about to leave the house, we couldn't find my second pair of shoes. And so we started running around looking for them. And I thought, oh my goodness, I've probably thrown them out with the recycling in the box or something. But luckily we found the shoes. But because we had, as part of the planning, we had included a 30-minute time gap to leave our house. We had said that we would arrive at the hall at 2:30 and sit in the car until 3 o'clock. We still made it to the hall by about 20 to 3, and we sat in the car. Now, as I said, every single event in that party took place at the exact time that we'd written in the program. But after the party, about a week and a half afterwards, I held a final project meeting where we discussed lessons learned. Okay, next time any one of us has a party, we make sure that we pack everything in the suitcase and we check everything the night before the party, make sure everything is there. Another issue that actually occurred before the party is that when I wore my clothes on the day, and then they put my chain on for me, my neck chain on for me, we realized that I wouldn't have bothered, but the people dressing me up were so particular about this, that the length of the neck actually covered the chain. And I said, for goodness sake, that doesn't matter. But they insisted on quickly running my outfit to a friend's house who's a tailor, and she quickly put some stitches in just to bring the neckline down. And I was like, oh my goodness. But when we did the lessons learned meeting, we noted all of these things down, all these niggling incidents that occurred down. And for those of us who are from Nigeria, one thing is that we ran out of amala, which I don't eat, but we didn't anticipate that most people would want amala, and there were queues, nearly fights on the day for amala. And I was like, oh my goodness, So we wrote down all those lessons as in, okay, next time we will do this, we will do that, we will do this, we will do that. So feedback is so important. Learning lessons. Learning lessons. Now, Shakira says she can't see the screen. Is anyone else having issues with the screen, please? Let's just see this. Oh, Victoria says she can see. Have you closed something, Shakira? Okay, so everyone else can see. So it may be something with it's something with your screen, definitely, since everyone else can see. But never mind, because we've nearly finished, actually. That's the surprise that I've been keeping from you all this while. Yes, you can log in again. I was going to suggest that, but we've nearly finished all the same. But yes, log in and out of the meeting and then in again. And you should hopefully be able to see us here. So it's important that we learn lessons from incidents. We learn lessons. We make sure that we learn lessons. And if an organization is not learning lessons from their previous incidents, then that would suggest that their level of maturity is not as high as they actually think it is. Risk assessment report, the final output of the risk assessment is to prepare a risk assessment report for management, in which we document the risks, the risk levels, and we recommend options on how to respond to the risk. So we don't simply say, you have to reduce the risk. We can say, you can reduce the risk by doing this, by doing X, Y, Z. Or you can accept the risk with the caveat that this is X, Y, Z for these reasons. So we prepare that final risk assessment report for management. And please, again, I think vitally, we need to recognize that different companies have different tasks that they want their IT risk office or IT risk professionals to be responsible for. You may work in an organization where your sole responsibility is to update the risk log or identify risks on a program, but you're not required to assess the risk. You're just there updating the risk log. Now, I was speaking to someone this morning, and I won't say their name, on this workshop, and they were suggesting that they find their role potentially boring. And I totally understand that, because if you're doing the same thing day in, day out, you may end up getting bored. But what you could do is learn from that risk log. If you're only playing a small part in risk management in your team, you can still learn from what others are doing. Nothing to stop you learning. If you have access to a full risk log and all you're required to do is identify risks and then log these, you can still learn from what others have put into the report. Those that have carried out the risk assessment, those that have recommended controls, just read and learn. Read and learn. But risk assessment, being a risk assessor, doesn't require technical skills as much as it requires a level head, a reflective head, where you can actually think, okay, what are the risks to this? What might the risks be to this? And again, remember, you're not alone. You are definitely not alone when it comes to risk identification, because we have said from the onset of this workshop that it's the responsibility of all staff to identify, and report risk. So the risk practitioner must assess and determine the severity of each risk facing the organization. And then these risks must be assessed and reported to senior management, not just assessed and then left in the risk log. We need to report those risks to the persons that can do something about the risks that we've identified and assessed. Response and mitigation. This is the point at which we provide management with weighted and balanced options and responses to enable them to reach an informed decision to either treat the risk or not, to either treat the risk or to accept the risk. It is management or senior management's responsibility to accept the risk or to select one or some of the risk responses that we've presented to them. Our job is done once we've provided them with weighted and balanced options and responses to enable them to reach informed decisions on how to treat the risk or not. We've had someone accidentally write on the screen, so I won't do anything about that since we've nearly finished this session. Thank you for that. And I understand that that was accidental, so no worries at all. Risk response and mitigation objectives. So this is the final domain and final few slides. The objective behind this domain is to determine the risk response options with an S and evaluate their efficiency and effectiveness to manage risk in alignment with what? The business objectives. So we need to make sure that any risk options that we're presenting are being presented with a view to manage risk in alignment with the business objectives, not because this is our favorite technical tool, not because we've heard that that multi-million-pound company has purchased that software, so we have to have it. When we're a small business, any risk response options need to be focused on our business's objectives. To empower management to make the decisions regarding the correct way to respond to and address the risk. So that is the objective of risk response and our risk response and presenting our risk response options to management to enable them, in a summary, to reach informed decisions, to determine the correct risk response or responses out of the options that we've presented to them. Management, senior management, once they have selected risk responses, they need to be prepared to justify their decision, why they selected that control. They must be prepared to justify that decision. Maybe based on costs, maybe based on regulatory mandates. Whatever the case, they must be prepared to justify their risk response decision, why we selected that response instead of this response, why we chose to accept the risk. And then management will be required to provide a roadmap to implement the changes, to implement the controls that have been selected. And again, we've said this over and over again. When we're implementing controls, the aim must be to protect business operations, to safeguard, to secure our business operations, but we mustn't unduly impede operations as well. We mustn't implement a firewall that ends up blocking authorized users' access. So we're information security professionals. We secure the business, but we empower and enable the business to conduct its operations securely. Again, there are different options that, or different reasons for the board or SMT selecting controls. They may take a look at the priority of the risk. Is it a regulatory risk? Do we need to resolve this straight away? Or either is it a minor risk or low risk where we don't need to remediate it safe away? It can wait. Availability of controls. If we're seeking to mitigate the risk of a legacy system going down, well, the board could say, okay, we accept that we need to replace this. Is there any control that we could implement in the meantime whilst we work out a change program to implement replacement systems? If there are no controls available, then that would guide their risk response. They may decide to just accept the risk. Costs, as we've said, training, implementation, the impact on business operations, and the best response may be based on compatibility with other equipment, for example. If a new system isn't compatible with existing systems, then that risk response or control may not be selected. Best response may be based on legal requirements, time, resources, and the budget available. Cost benefits analysis. This is where we compare the cost of a control against the benefit or reduction in risk that the control would provide. When we're doing a cost benefit analysis, we must consider the entire cost of the product throughout the life cycle of the control. How much it will cost to acquire or purchase the control, install it, maintain it, licensing, obtain licenses, training, any disruption that may occur as a result of this control being implemented. And we also need to consider decommissioning costs. How much will it cost us to decommission this system in future? And we may not have an accurate cost today, but we can present how much it might cost today to decommission this system, this photocopier, to first get all of our data wiped from the memory of the photocopier before we decommission the photocopier. So we consider the entire cost throughout the life cycle of the control. How can we calculate benefit? We could calculate intangibles such as a faster recovery time, reduced cost of the risk event, customer confidence. If we implement this control, our customers may have more confidence in us. Reduced liability. We may face reduced fines if we implement this control and then the system is breached. Reduce insurance premiums. So all of these are taken into account when we're seeking to conduct a cost-benefit analysis, but I haven't done one here. Return on investment, time before a new product will pay for itself. We've discussed this already. Savings due to increased efficiency, lower operational costs, reduced liability, reduced likelihood or impact of an incident. And we may also see the return on security investment use, which we've calculated previously. We need to be aware that a new control may introduce new vulnerabilities. For example, a new lock may keep authorized users out. A new control may fail, like a firewall, for example, resulting in a denial of service to legitimate customers and employees. A new control may present a new attack surface that could be exploited. So whenever we implement a new control, a new firewall, new anti-malware, new antivirus, whatever, we need to conduct a risk assessment on that new control, because there may be new risks introduced to our businesses as a result of that new control. I said earlier, I shared with us earlier about this delegate that said that they had taken to write in the PIN code to the keypad to the data center on Post-it notes because they were being asked to change that code every month, every 30 days. That may be viewed as an unreasonable control. And because it frustrates the users, they could bypass the control and give rise to new risk. What is a risk action plan? This is where management decide on a plan to implement the controls. They need to include any project management considerations. How are we going to manage this project? Is it agile or Prince2? They need to create a timetable and a budget for the implementation of the control. And then they could hire delivery managers to ensure that the project that the project is completed on time, that the control is delivered on time. And then afterwards, the risk action plan needs to include assessments to ensure that the risk mitigation is effective, that the company derives or the business derives the benefits that have been stated, that the risk to the customer order system is indeed reduced from 4 days per year at a cost of 288K, that it's reduced to 1 day a year at 72K. Risk communication. We need to ensure that we communicate, We need management buy-in for our response strategy. We need our users' cooperation before we can implement any controls. We need to communicate assurance to senior stakeholders that this risk will be mitigated or treated. We need to be able to communicate. We need to be able to obtain that senior management buy-in. If senior management are not buying into our risk management activities, then we will struggle to deliver. So we need SMT buy-in. And that may not be our responsibility to obtain. But we do need to communicate with the business for us to be able to have a good relationship, to be able to develop a good relationship with the business. What needs to be communicated? Results of the risk analysis or risk assessment, risk return context, how we calculated the risk return, return on security investment or return on investment. We need to communicate the negative impacts of risk scenarios and the positive impacts of risk scenarios, resulting in an opportunity to the business. So again, a software house. If you're a risk officer or risk professional for a large software house, that's your job. And it's been announced, I think I shared this last week, that ransomware is being developed by criminals. As an IT risk officer, you could develop a risk that the organization could be, your organization may be attacked with ransomware, but you could also point out the opportunity of your software house developing antivirus or anti-ransomware software to reduce the risk not only to your organization, but to also make profit from that software by selling it to other businesses. What needs to be communicated? Due diligence, exposures, and compliance risk, compliance with regulations. If we're at a risk of not complying with data protection regulations, for example, data privacy regulations, industry focused regulations, then we need to communicate that in our IT risk register, which is why I said last week that as an IT risk professional, we need to be aware of regulations that govern our industry and standards. If you work for an organization where they process credit card data, they process credit card information, then you're required to comply with the PCI DSS. You need to be aware of that standard so that you can communicate the risk to the business if you have IT tools that may be jeopardizing your compliance and may be giving rise to compliance risk. We need to be able to communicate worst case and most probable scenarios. What is the most likely scenario to happen in our company, given our vulnerabilities and knowing the threats that our industry faces, knowing the threats that our company faces and the vulnerabilities that we have. So we need to communicate this and the estimated losses from the most probable loss scenarios. Communications, so important. This practitioner must be aware of the risks associated with changes to hardware, software, network configurations, projects, and many other risks. Changes to regulations may give rise to risk within our organizations. And when I say changes to regulations, if a regulator says that, okay, that all companies or PCI DSS have to comply with PCI DSS version 7, although that's not the way it works with the PCI DSS, but all organizations, let's say, have to comply with ISO 27001 if they want to process financial data. That may give rise to a risk in many organizations that have to put in a lot of work to be able to comply with that standard. An asset inventory, that is so important. For all our technical controls, we need a CMDB or configuration management database. For all our information assets, we need this CMDB, and we need it to be kept up to date. When we add or implement technical controls, they need to be added to the CMDB, the configuration management database, which is a database that contains details of all our information assets, which user is associated with which laptop number, which operating system version, which printer. So when technical controls are added, they need to be added to the CMDB to ensure that they are monitored, tracked, and that they are operating correctly. In summary, be aware of risk. Be aware of changes to risk within your firms, within your businesses. Consider new threats, new vulnerabilities, new regulations, environmental changes, changes in asset value, changes in control effectiveness. If the control is no longer working or if it's no longer even required, we need to be aware of this. Monitoring of controls and risk management efforts with reports provided to SMT equips them to account for the risks that our businesses may face as required. What is the objective of this last domain? That is to continually monitor and report on IT risk and controls. To monitor. Monitor means that we're proactively reviewing those risks and controls, that it's not a one-off event, that we're proactively continually monitoring and reporting on these IT risk and controls to the relevant stakeholders to ensure that our risk management strategy remains aligned to the business's objectives. Risk reports must be factual. They must be relevant to our company, not to another company. They must be balanced. We mustn't overstate the risk and overhype everything, but we mustn't understate the risk as well. The risk reports must be concise, that is brief, and non-ambiguous. That means they must be clear. We must be clear in exactly what we're saying. This is the risk. It is a high risk because of X, Y, Z. But brief. Audience specific. So when we're discussing risk or reporting risk to the board and SMT, we try and use dashboards rather than long reports, because they want to be able to tell at a glance what is our risk posture, what is our risk exposure overall. And that is the last slide. So we finished well within time today. And I'd like to say thank you once more to everyone who's taken the time to join us on both Saturdays, or indeed last week or today. And please don't forget to follow the Ladder Back Down on LinkedIn. We've got a LinkedIn page on the Ladder Back Down for updates on future workshops. And on YouTube, we also have a YouTube channel. And you're also welcome to connect with me as an individual on LinkedIn at Ibukun Emmanuel on LinkedIn. So any questions, comments can also be typed in the chat window. And once I've stopped the recording, what I will do is I will unmute us to give us an opportunity to ask questions that we can all learn from